Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidmore. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Join us next week for another exciting episode of The View from Hampton U.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate Black businesses about business. Our speaker this evening is Kendra Crawford. Kendra Crawford, natural lemonade owner in Dallas, Texas, boasts 7 years of entrepreneurial expertise. Beginning with Quantum Kids, a Harbor City nonprofit advocating for anti-bullying and youth programs, she's committed to community impact. Armed with a business management bachelor's and an e-commerce MBA from the University of Phoenix, Kendra's educational background aligns with her ventures. Her accolades includes the 2014 Business Entrepreneur Award from the City of Torrance and a Mayor's Proclamation of Declaration in Carson. Currently leading the Dallas Juice Boys, Kendra remains dedicated to making a positive difference. I now present to you Ms. Kendra Crawford. Hey Kendra, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Of course. All right, well, I will leave it to you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Kendra Crawford, and I am the owner of Natural Lemonade and also the manager of Dallas Juice Boys. Dallas Juice Boys is a group of entrepreneurs who started their enterprise of selling natural lemonade in the city of Dallas, North Dallas to be exact. These are 7th graders, entrepreneurs, athletics, and great students. So we started this business in June 2022 in Dallas, just a growing outreach and support through the community, telling the boys to be encouraged, how proud they are to see 3 young men striving to operate successfully their own business. And so they started just by getting out in the community, having their own little pop-up, and it was just a great opportunity for them to capitalize on during the summer. No school, nothing to do. They were just brainstorming and came up with the idea that they wanted to create their own beverage. My husband and I got involved because of our son, Ryan, who is the CEO of Natural Lemonade. Like I said, there are 3 boys. We have Ryan, Adam Lopez, and DeKelvin. These 3 boys would just come and say, oh, well, we need a new cooler, Mom, and Mom, I need this. So that's how I became involved in being mom manager, but I wanted the boys to take it to another level. So I asked them, what separates your lemonade from the next? Whether it's your competitors of Minute Maid or Tropicana, or you want natural ingredients, you want quality ingredients. And those quality ingredients are fresh squeezed lemons, seeded organic lemons, limes, agave, panela, as we use as a sweetener, white grape juice, and monk fruit, spring water. Monk fruit is an actual fruit that is derived from southern China. And the reason why we chose to go with monk fruit versus pure cane sugar is because monk fruit does not have any calories. That's right, 0 calories in monk fruit. And also with monk fruit, it doesn't spike your sugar level. So you want your sugar level to remain regulated. And so with monk fruit give us the opportunity to serve great quality natural ingredients in our lemonade. So those are the base of all of our lemonade bottles, with 15% lemon and lime juice in every bottle. And you can purchase our lemonade at Ann's Health Food Store in Dallas, 2634 South Zane Boulevard. Once again, that's Ann's Health Food Store. Address is 2634 South Zane Boulevard. And once you go inside Ann's Health Food Grocery Store, you will see iconic eatery, vegan spot, delicious food. And when you get your meal, you get something to eat, you gotta have something to drink. So you can head over there and get our natural lemonade, various flavors, blueberry, peach, original strawberry, which is our most popular, and our latest flavor is kiwi strawberry. So head right over to DallasJuiceBoys.com or naturallemonade.com, and you can order your 16-ounce bottle of lemonade. We also have half-gallon sizes of lemonade, which is our 64-ounce. But inside the store, you will see our 16-ounce bottle, which is here, and all the ingredients on the back. And we also have a QR code on every bottle, so you can follow us on social media. Our social media page is Dallas Juice Boys on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Check out our documentary that's coming very soon that's going to showcase the boys starting their journey until now, about getting a food truck, getting into different stores, locations, and just expanding all around the DFW area for the Dallas Juice Boys Natural Lemonade. So that's what our quality ingredients separate us from any other. And we've had wonderful reviews. Even those customers who are diabetic, one particular customer has said he drinks the 64-ounce and he never has a problem with his sugar being spiked where it's uncontrollable. His sugar level stays regulated and is safe. Just researching on the CDC, we see that 13.6, those who are diabetic among various groups, American Indians, African Americans at 12.1, and Hispanics at 11.1. Those are the stats from the CDC concerning those who are diabetic. And we at Natural Lemonade, along with the Dallas Juice Boys, just want to help provide a better drink, a better solution that is healthy for the body. And by having 15% lemon and lime juice, the vitamin C is essential to the body. And that's what our lemonade gives, to help strengthen your immune system. Vitamin C is good for the skin and hair and your digestive system. So this is what we have within our natural lemonade, quality ingredients, and we want you to taste our natural lemonade at Ann's Health Food Vegan, 2634 South Zane Boulevard. Our Dallas Juice Boys will be continue to expand through next summer, through this hire more boys, entrepreneurs, where they can have a financial option of making money throughout the summer when there's no school. And also we teach measurements, sizes of gallons, 16 ounces, and the quality ingredients and the base behind where they come from. Our agave, natural plant, panela, natural raw sugar, and also our monk fruit. So with that, we thank you guys for tuning in and listening. Follow us on social media, Dallas Juice Boys on Instagram, and the boys, Adam is our Chief of Operation, Ryan is the CEO, and DeKelvin is the Chief of Marketing. And together, we are Natural Lemonade. Also with the Dallas Juice Boys, I just want to add, any pop-ups that are located in the DFW area, any type of events where there's multiple vendors, are just to have us host as your beverage supplier, restaurants, food trucks, cafes. We're looking to be the #1 beverage supplier in the DFW area. By using our commercial kitchen, we're able to mass produce mini bottles in various sizes, our 64-ounce half-gallon, our 16-ounce bottles, and we even have a test sample. This next Saturday, December the 8th, our bottles of lemonade will be at the movie premiere of The Color of Purple in the city of Dallas. So come on out, get your tickets, and you'll be able to sample the natural lemonade at the movie premiere of Color of Purple, December the 8th as well.
Good. Well, is it evening or afternoon now? How are you?
I'm good, Sydney. How are you doing?
Good, good. It's such an interesting story, the origin story of not only the product, but your business. So I'd love to delve into that a little bit more and have our viewers learn about entrepreneurship and decisions that go on from some of the things that you did in your journey for your business. So first, I was impressed and kind of intrigued by the blend of ingredients that you use. Talk about that and what inspired that. First we'll talk about that. What inspired that?
Well, I'll give you a little tad bit of background. I used to work at a very popular, well-known, world-renowned coffee store. And within that, they would make other type of lemonade, drink beverages, and refreshers and things of that sort. And as working there, I paid attention.
Mm-hmm.
Working there, I did my research and gathered as much information as I could so that would help me to prosper into this business. And it did. So those blend of quality ingredients, and friends are saying, why won't you use this for a natural sweetener? We got to monk fruit by attending a wellness seminar. That wellness seminar introduced us to monk fruit so it can be safe for those who are concerned, such as diabetic individuals, in regards to their sugar intake. And so once we learned about monk fruit, and then even to spread the word and the knowledge behind monk fruit to others, we felt we were tapping on something really good and unique that would separate us from other competitors and their beverages. So that's where I learned from working at a very well-renowned coffee shop.
I'm going to get back to that part in just a second, but sticking with the recipe, the blend. I know you're not going to give the secret, formula, etc. Wouldn't ask you to do that, but talk about how all of those unique ingredients kind of contributes to the unique taste and flavor profile that you have and your brand identity.
Right. So the flavor is very light, very light. I think most people who are, because I always ask the customer before they try it, are you a lemonade drinker? Mm-hmm. They, oh yes, I am definitely a lemonade drinker. I try and sample different lemonades. And based on those customers who have tried lemonade, I try to see the distinction of when they first taste it. Being light, refreshing, not too tart, but just a nice blend that gives it a light taste. So that delicious blend with those ingredients, all natural, I think separates us from the caffeinated drinks, from the artificial flavored drinks, from words we can't pronounce when we look on the back of the bottle and you're trying to read what's on there.
The words that are four pages long.
Right. And so even if someone is not familiar with monk fruit, they can simply Google it. This is something that's God made that grows from the dirt. And this is what we teach the boys and establish our brand to see 3 young entrepreneurs, young men that are students, that are putting aside the video game, that is managing their academics. They all are athletes. All the boys play football this year. They're currently playing basketball and whatever. They manage that. And I think that's what makes our brand, give our brand that identity that catch many people's attention. I just want to support and just encourage the boys to continue to grow. So I think that's what separates our identity brand.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the part that the point you made about where you were working before and what your actions were, because I think it's a key thing for people to understand who have visions of being an entrepreneur, but are working as an employee somewhere else, et cetera. You said something very specifically. While you were working there, you did what?
I learned. I paid attention. I was always in the entrepreneur mindset.
Right.
How can what I'm learning and doing here benefit me? How can I make that transition? Right. I mean, this company, without saying, is worldwide. Great profit, very successful. So that's the blueprint, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that blueprint I wanted to transform. So every manual they had, every script they had, every ingredients and this, and I studied. I would write it down and rehearse it, look up this ingredient, look up this flavor. How does this all match together to create this great product that we can stand behind, stating natural lemonade?
I think
that's my mindset going in.
I think that's a valuable point, not only from the operations and process, so the process for delivering your product or service, but also in terms of how the business needs to be managed. So one of the mistakes I see a lot in my coaching of small businesses, mid-sized businesses, is that when people were working somewhere else, they just took it as a job, but didn't look at it from what will I need and what can I take away from here that will help me when I start doing my own thing, good or bad.
Right.
Here are the systems that were broken. When I have my own thing, it's going to be different. I'm going to fix it because these are the problems that it causes. Or when they're doing things well, here are the things I need to have in place so that my business will run smoothly as well, operationally and business-wise. Whether it's financial reports, you would never see a big company running their business without financial reports. Yet somehow we think that's okay for a small business because I'm just a small business.
No.
So I think what people may have kind of driven by that comment and kind of ignored it.
Right.
But I just wanted you to kind of comment on it again because it is so important and so valuable. So thank you very much.
Absolutely for that. I mean, I feel that it's insane if you are an entrepreneur and you spend 8 hours not at your job, not in working for yourself, but for someone else. And within that 8-hour window, it never crossed your mind how I can take this as an entrepreneur to benefit my enterprise.
Yeah.
I could not go 8 hours without thinking about the Dallas Juice Boys or Natural Lemonade. For me, it's always on my mind. So wherever I go, whether it's to another grocery store, what other products sit here?
Yeah.
Could these be our competitors? And I compare the two. So it's always on my mind.
I wasn't completely clear, and I'll admit up front, wasn't completely clear of the connection between the Dallas Juice Boys and the Natural Lemonade. So talk about what Dallas Juice Boys contributes to, the brand identity and the culture of Natural Lemonade.
Right. The Dallas Juice Boys are the founders of Natural Lemonade. Mm-hmm. I'll state that very clearly. So this was Sydney, their idea. They came to me, Ryan being my son, would come to my husband and I and say, hey, Mom, it'd be really good if we had a cooler. Okay, we provide it. Hey, Mom, we need this. We provide it. And so long story short, that's how I became momager. Mm-hmm. And so we needed a name for our lemonade because saying Dallas Juice Boys, that's not the product. I said, let's just call it Natural Lemonade. And this is what will separate us by using natural ingredient compared to powder, country thyme, and trying to resell it. If you want your own, you have to have your own ingredients to stand behind it, and that's something you created compared to just simply reselling. So the Dallas Juice Boys are the founders of Natural Lemonade. And when I saw the commitment, the loyalty, and envisioned that this could be a great opportunity for success. We can expand this lemonade in various stores, various food trucks, various restaurants in the DFW area. Oh yeah, this could be a very good thing. And so from that commitment that I saw that the boys was putting into it, and even now, I don't regret it. I'm so glad we met and what we're doing.
And I heard from your earlier answer that you'd always wanted to be an entrepreneur.
So I'm originally from California.
Mm-hmm. Torrance, I heard. I've been to Torrance. Been there.
Yes, Los Angeles, Cali, baby. Yes. And so I'm a native of Los Angeles. But however, while I was there, I did start a nonprofit for an anti-bullying organization, a program that was associated with the Boys and Girls Club. And this program was a curriculum of what to do, how to deal with bullying at schools. So that after school program would give me being a liaison between the students that are reporting being bullied and harassed or even abused to the principal. Because many times in school, students don't want to be a snitch. So that's how I started my entrepreneur journey, especially with the youth.
Okay. Now, why did you decide to do your business for the natural lemonade? And I know you were living in Dallas, but did you make a decision consciously to say, let's do the business here for a reason? Or was it just, this is where we started and let's keep it going?
Two separate entities. So when I was in California, that was what I was doing. And then we got here to Dallas, Texas, and started a whole new enterprise.
Okay. But with the Juice Boys in Dallas, did you ever think about doing it somewhere else when you were going to kind of make it big?
Oh, definitely for expansions. Definitely, absolutely, definitely. But this was just, the starting steps to get us rolling, to get a good routine, and to see what we need to be successful. So,
okay. So talk a little bit about your growth and expansion plans. What's on the horizon? What are you, looking to do? Where are you looking to take it?
Ooh, definitely in more stores. And I think on the back end, we have to prepare, because if someone says, Kendra, I love the lemonade, I have the space for it, I want 10,000 bottles. So if that type of order comes in, what we want to do is prepare ourselves for the mass production, right? For the facility that can hold this and we can be able to ship out. So on the back end, we want to prepare. But growing, we want other Dallas Juice Boys to join our organization, particularly around summer of 2024. We have another group of boys where I can set up in this area, from city to city in the DFW area. But the supervision has to be there, and we want to make sure that we have a game type plan for the second group of Dallas Juice Boys, and for the founders to be able to mentor them, to be able to teach them, not only about the products, the agave, the panela that we use, but the sizes, the measurements, how much are we using and why. So it's not only just let's just sell lemonade bottles. You have to know what's in it and how does it benefit the body. Okay. Because that's what we teach the boys. Well, if we're putting lemons in, what does that give to the body? Vitamin C. Then what does vitamin C do for the body? How does it benefit? Is it the digestion? Is it your hair, your skin, your nails? Those different type of things. So there's an educational component that comes with the Dallas Juice Boys as we grow and expand into 2024.
And so expansion on the horizons in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. What about other geographies? What about other products? Any plans or ideas for that?
Oh, absolutely. One of our biggest plans is with getting into the metaverse and virtual reality. By the Dallas Juice Boys having this animated personality and bubbly spirit, we want to be able to capture that in the metaverse and set up shop there where we can sell and have a live interaction. One of our consultants for metaverse and virtual reality is Harold Swaley. He's very well known in the DFW area, and he has an extensive background in IT in regards to virtual reality. So with his guidance, as he's preparing us for this is going to be very successful, we feel. I mean, he's worked with Destiny's Child in the music industry, Snoop Dogg helping him with his career. He has his own television production, Abigail TV. So with this type of mentorship going into the metaverse, that's the biggest key for us right now, where we can really grow and expand.
For those,
IT is on the rise.
Right. For those who are out there, again, starting up their business or, have visions of, really, making it big with their specific product, service, et cetera. Talk about the things that you need to consider when you're making those decisions about growth and expansion. So, give, some folks, a look under the hood as to the kind of decisions that they're going to have to make, the kinds of criteria or factors that they'll need to consider in deciding, I'm going to add, some more stores, or I'm going to add a product line, or I'm going to go into a whole new medium and environment, for my trade.
Absolutely. I think for any entrepreneur, especially one that's just starting out, it's in stages. You can map out the next 5 years, which is fine, but it's all in small stages. So I think if people take a small dose and see the results of that, and always have a system where you can test what you're doing. So if we sold 5,000 bottles this month, were there any returns? Were there any defects? Did we miss anything? So I think when you do it in small stages, you're able to critique where areas you need to make improvements at. It's like your strengths and weaknesses in small stages. For an entrepreneur that's starting out as well, I would say your team, because you cannot do it by yourself.
Right.
So even starting, who is this position? What are their responsibilities? Once everybody is on board and dedicated to what they want to do, still install small stages. That's how you grow, because you just can't look at the end. It's a long journey to get there. So keep everything in small stages, identify the roles of your team, and I think that's the foundation of having a successful business.
Okay. Let's talk about another area that you obviously had to spend time with that might give folks an idea of what does it mean to start a business, to run a business, to be successful at running a business. Talk about how you identified who your real user consumer was going to be for your product and service, and who that was really going to appeal to. Talk through the process that you used. Was it straightforward and scientific? Was it empirical and random? Did it just happen and you lucked out? Talk a little bit about that so folks can get an understanding.
So standing behind the name Natural Lemonade, we're looking for health conscious individuals, right? That's our biggest target market. Those who are conscious about the health, whether they're vegan or variations of being vegan. So we like to consider our lemonade conscious lemonade. We're conscious about the qualities and the ingredients that we put into this. So that's what we aim that's why our products started at Ann's Health Food Vegan Store. And in that store, you will feel there's conscious natural products for the consumer. So ideally other stores, other locations in that same area, in that same philosophy to improvement of health. And we definitely need it amongst so many groups that are struggling with their sugar intake as being the number one beverage supplier in the DFW area.
So you mentioned about the target market you're going after, those who are wanting natural products, who have a commitment to maybe environment and those kinds of things, and health. Talk about how you're able to maintain the quality of that through your operations and execution, and how important is that again for that type of business, and explain to folks that again may be in some kind of production arena or environment, how you maintain that, what are the things that you do, how critical that is to the brand identity and the brand integrity.
Right, absolutely. Well, every bottle we try to make the day up for the freshness of the lemonade. This is not bottles that are just sitting in the freezer and over. So the quality is always freshness first. Mm-hmm. Are we giving them the fresh squeezed lemonade? And then we do a quality taste test, to make sure that the consistency in every bottle is the 15% lemon and lime juice in every bottle. Mm-hmm. I would never change from organic seeded lemons to seedless just because they're cheaper. I want to stand behind this as natural. So we're doing squeezing seeded lemons and limes. We record that so others can see. Even at our pop-up events, the boys are making the lemonade live right in front of you. So you're able to see the transparency that we provide. Mm-hmm. Whether you're saying, well, what's vanilla, what's agave, right in front of the demonstration, the boys are able to tell you every single ingredient that's going into that bottle for you. So I think that's the main thing. We'll never waver on our qualities for our natural lemonade.
All right. Now, are you using kind of rental operation facilities right now, doing contract manufacturing, or what systems you're using for that? And then walk people through that decision how you decided to do it.
So that's it's state and it's law mandatory for you to use. Now, there are some home-based restaurants in operation, but we chose to go with a commercial kitchen. And that's where you do the rental, or you'll hear about those kitchen. That's what that is. So a commercial kitchen, everything is state regulated, state inspected, clean, hygiene, and sanitized, and have all of the necessary tools for us to use. So that never becomes an issue. But yes, we do use commercial kitchens in the Dallas area.
Now, when you're managing your own business, and especially with, well, you know what? Before I get to that one, I'm going to ask another question. You mentioned about the ingredients that you're using, and again, they're all natural, all fresh, etc. Do you try to manage the variation that might come in terms of taste relative to that being a natural product, and there will be some variation,
Right.
or do you allow for that as part of the brand identity and integrity?
No, I think consistency is important. I can tell the difference if it's my favorite beverage when I come back and get it again. And early this spring, we will have our taste test, where we feel now that we got the recipe, we have a solid routine, we have the consistency, and we would like to put our natural lemonade up against some of the other competitors. So blindfold taste test, we want the customers just to randomly see what's what and see the difference. So the variation of the taste will never vary. We definitely want to be consistent and transparency with that at all times. So we're pretty solid on that.
Good. Now, it was someone else I was talking with before, but let's also talk about consistency in the other area of importance, not only in operations, but in financials. How do you drive consistency of performance in sales and profitability so that you can ensure that you're going to have long standing in the competitive environment?
Right. Well, that's always a revamping. You're always going to go back and look at how you can cut costs, cut the expenses. So that's something I think that every company constantly is always grounding to do. Before I was buying our lemons maybe at a Trader Joe's. Well, now I get my lemons in bulks and cases, right? So that saves me the time and it's less expensive because I'm buying more in wholesale in bulk. The same with our monk fruit. We get that more in bulk compared to just the bags. So that's where our profitability runs. And also many times we get so many invitations in the DFW area. Hey, just come out. I'm gonna have 200 people, 200 guests here. Just come out, bring your lemonade and go for what you know. So that's just a free lane for us to set up and be able to offer our natural lemonade. That doesn't cost anything. So by us being more exposed, getting in front of our social media, growing our social media channels, looking for other locations that can be a good fit for us and for them to stand behind our brand and what we do. I think that's the pioneer that really pushes us to the next level in regards to our costs, our financials and our profitability, because the boys are not out here working for free. I have to pay them as well.
Right. So how do you walk through your planning process? And again, the importance of that for forecasting. Again, a lot of people are like, oh, I have a business and I'll just start doing, stuff and activity and people will buy and then I'll do some more. And as if it's just, magic, poo-poo dust and poof, it happens. So talk about the planning process that comes, and especially in an industry or segment where you're producing specific things, items. But it's also true even in service capacities or capabilities as well. So talk about your planning process on being able to deliver and meet the volume needs and requirements that your market offers.
Well, where we are now, Sydney, our planning process has come from a lot of trial and error, right? A lot of mistakes that have been made, but that's how you grow and that's how you learn. So now I can get to a place, how much time it takes for me to prepare for 500 bottles by this date. And with the boys, their time schedule. Hey, I need you guys to come in on Saturday because we have this large order. Myself and my son and my husband, we can't do it by ourselves. So now we're bringing everyone in. And even the parents of the Dallas Juice boys are always willing to get in and lend a hand and start squeezing some lemons. So the preparation comes from knowing what we done wrong before and preventing those things to happen again, regardless of what the order is and how soon we need it. So if someone say, I know this is last minute, a late notice, but can you get these bottles out? Well, we're grinding, but with having a good team that's dedicated and committed, like we talked about before, this eases the operation of planning. This allows us to take on bigger orders, even outside of our DFW area, even if it's in California, hey, we need to ship these bottles out. So I think the planning comes from having a steady team and everybody's on hand. But also, we made plenty of mistakes. So when you know better, you do better.
Okay, good. So talk about, let's stick with that. Talk about the things that you've learned in this journey, in this process, that came as a total surprise to you. You didn't expect, that were a eureka. Talk a little bit about that.
So I remember our first store was a taco joint, which is particularly in North Dallas location. And the bottles were selling, I can't say too fast.
Yeah, never too fast.
Never too fast.
But faster than you expected.
Surprisingly. And so by the time I go back, not even a week, I'm like, whew, okay, let me get back to the drawing board, get back in the kitchen, drop off another. They're gone. So I'm like, wow, how do I keep up with the pace? Even though I may try to foresee this is a new beverage and a new area, but when they like it and word starts spreading, how does that affect you? Are you able to keep up with that? So it began to monitor more. Maybe when they're selling that fast, a week is too much time. Maybe if I get there that fourth day, then I know I need to re-up instead of waiting the seventh day. So those type of things, when they're moving faster than you expect.
Did we lose you? Kendra? All right, we may have lost Kendra. So we'll give her a moment. Maybe she can reboot and dial back in. So one of the things I would want to highlight, and we only have a few more minutes, so hoping she can come back in before we run out of time. But if you start listening to the things that she talked about and how critical they are for business as a whole. So you may bump into some things that you weren't expecting. So in her case, she was talking about the fact that, hey, product was going faster, selling faster than she had anticipated. And so she said she had to start monitoring it and checking more frequently. That's going to be the same whether you're talking about selling, 5 cases of something or 500 cases of something or 5 million cases of something. You're going to have these systems in place that allow you to monitor the performance, the output, the quality, all those kinds of things. And you started listening to her and hearing her talk about how even at the small volume level, she was doing those things to allow for success, to ensure that the consistency of the quality of the product was there. So I'm just pointing out to them all of the sophisticated structures and systems and processes that you have to put in place to fully manage and run your business that you were talking about, even on the small quantities that you said you were doing initially.
Right.
But as those things grow,
it's
not like you stop doing them,
or
you now just start doing them. You're doing them with a different, method, with a different technology, where monitoring the flow and the volume of sales at that taco truck or stand or whatever it was, that you now are doing it by going physically there and seeing what's going on. As you now start doing 5 million or 500,000 or whatever, you won't be physically going there necessarily, but you'll have feedback systems, one and the same, that says, hey, what's going on with that so I can respond, etc.
Absolutely. And it worked. So we're really glad for that. But that was at Taco Joint, which is a franchise here in the DFW area.
Okay. All right. Well, the Sandman has come in to give us the hook.
Hi, how are you guys?
Kendra, I want to thank you for being in and being so generous with your time and your information and your insights. If folks want to help, get involved, invest, ask more questions, order product, how do they reach out to you?
So you can go onto our website, www.naturallemonade with one L, or you can email us at dallasjuiceboys@gmail.com. Our telephone number is 877-958-0502. And we are Natural Lemonade and the Dallas Juice Boys.
Awesome. So all those folks who are listening out there, go to the website, flood them with orders, buy up that lemonade, make them work overtime and get some new employees, and we'll see you on TV then when you make it big, and we'll say we knew her before.
Yes. And the Dallas Juice Boys. And just support. We're just about supporting young entrepreneurs. 3 young men that are in the city of the DFW area with their own enterprise and on a journey for success.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you.
Bye. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to our scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November of 2023. Our sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidmore. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Join us next week for another exciting episode of The View from Hampton U.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cashflow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Genius is common. And my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
The Black Business Olympic Network, as well as the 2021 Black Business Expo USA, is led by the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III. It is a 7-day, 24-hour virtual event that you don't want to miss.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. I'd like to invite you to come August the 23rd through the 29th. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit. Genius is common.
It's time to join the Black Business Olympic Network, along with the 2021 Black Business Expo USA. Join the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss. Because we know that genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next two speakers are Dr. Alexis Weeks and Dr. Frederick L. Hicks. Alexis Weeks is a senior business leader with over 20 years of information technology and assurance experience. He has an extensive expertise working on a broad range of corporate IT initiatives where he helps businesses identify and mitigate risk to their core business assets while enabling them to address regulatory and compliance requirements. He has participated in designing, managing, planning, and implementing information security and data protection solutions in direct support of business objectives within healthcare, finance, banking, and the local and federal government sectors. He is certified information security manager, certified systems auditor, and a certified risk and information systems control from ISA CA International. Also, up next is Dr. Frederick L. Weeks. Dr. Frederick L. Hicks, an accomplished cybersecurity professional, brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the forefront of technology and security. Holding an executive doctorate in business administration with a specialization in information security from St. Thomas University, Dr. Hicks has demonstrated a commitment to advancing knowledge and capabilities in the fields of cybersecurity, privacy, AI, data privacy, risk management, and compliance. He co-founded the Cyber Minds Research Institute, a 501c3 organization working with nonprofits to mitigate cybersecurity, compliance, and privacy risk. I introduce to you Dr. Frederick Hicks and Dr. Alexis Weeks. How you doing, gentlemen?
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Awesome. Well, genius is common, and I will see you both on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. Dr. Weeks,
Hicks,
how are you this evening?
I'm blessed, sir. How are you? We are back at it again.
We are back at it again, my
Back in
friend.
the
I'm feeling
studio.
really blessed. Got a lot on my mind, so I'm hoping that we can get into it.
Definitely, definitely.
So, Dr. Weeks, I walked in and literally the conversation started just like this. A gentleman on my team to protect his privacy, right?
Yes,
His
sir.
name is, for tonight's discussion, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips walks in and he says to me, what do I do? I want to get into cyber. I want to know, do I go and get a degree or go get certifications? And I said, that's a wonderful question that is on the top of mind for our discussion tonight because genius is here.
Definitely.
So to start us off, Dr. Weeks, give us the 411. What do you think?
That's an interesting question, Dr. Hicks. Not by the mere fact that we are doctors, but the mere fact that, getting started is simple. The primary focus is you have to have an idea what you wanted to do. I think times are changing. I think when I initially started in this industry like 20-something years ago, one of the things that we saw was there was an implication to focus on certification at the onset, right? So Microsoft was a big thing, Oracle, Cisco. And the idea of being certified to get started, if you didn't have one of those certificates, you were not getting paid. You know, I happen to have gone the non-traditional route where I did academia first, and then I got my certifications after. But the decision in terms of whether you get a degree or certification is left to the end user, right? It depends on the type of the roles that you're trying to go after, and you can specialize. One of the things that I have chosen, I've chosen to combine my love of both of those. I'm always going to be a student. And within this field, you know, the risks and challenges continue to change. So there is no one pill, you know, it's not like a matrix, you know, whether you take the blue or the red pill. This time you got to take both pills, right? They may be a better suited in terms of trying to get the applicable experience and exposure that you need. But there's no one way in terms of a right way to do it. I think there's situations in which an individual may choose to go the certification route. What we have seen in industry today is the fact that there are individuals that have been doing this for 20 and 30 years. And as they try to go higher, they're asking for that certification. So you're like, how are you asking for a cert when I've been doing this for like 20, 30 years? So that becomes the trade-off in terms of the decision about whether you should go, you know, right or you can go left. I think long-term, from a strategy perspective, it is beneficial to have both. And if you can find a way to combine both of those passions, I think you'll be successful within the field.
So, you know, Dr. Weeks, I said to Mr. Phillips, I said, you know, in our space, you have so many choices. There's a myriad of different, either privacy, cyber, or information technology certifications. And I started off with a question for him. I said, you know what, Mr. Phillips, are you more of a techie or are you more of a cyber head? And the reason I brought that question to him is I have a long history of rolling up my sleeves and working in the server room.
Yes.
A long history of dissecting the hardware first.
Yep.
And then, like you, riding that Microsoft wave, starting off as a Novell certified engineer and shifting gears into this world of cyber, something interesting happened along the way. I said, you know what? In order for you to thrive, you have to rely on your history. There is no way you can walk in and protect something that you do not fully understand. So I took a step back in my answers to Mr. Phillips, and I said, after you answer the question, techie more so than cyberhead, now let's figure out your path. My advice to him was, one, I need you to understand what you're getting into. So I sent him down the path of reading. And the second thing I suggested to Mr. Phillips is to go into our server room at the office and take a tour. Do you recommend the same for, let's say, one of our high school students coming out of high school trying to figure out their future, or one of our college graduates, or a newbie to college, a freshman walking in the door thinking, what am I going to do with my life after I graduate? I wonder if I'm going to have the tools necessary to walk in and get one of those jobs I see on television. And we hear a lot of ads. We hear a ton of advertisement on TV about, yeah, you don't have to study forever. Just go take 4 or 5 certifications and come out and make gobs of dollars. Not necessarily true, as you and I both very well know. And please, everyone listening to us, I do not recommend you jump on one of these get fast certification routes and think that you are going to achieve grandeur. It is not as simple as it sounds. I would love to hear hardware first, then cyber, Dr. Weeks, or you don't have to worry that much about cyber hardware. Just jump right into the cyber. What are your thoughts?
Perfect. And I see Sydney has graciously blessed us. Thank you for joining us today, Sydney.
Yes. I want to make sure both of you start getting on the hot seat and answer some of these questions, because inquiring minds want to know.
Awesome.
So go ahead, finish that one, and then I'll jump in with some
Sure,
questions.
definitely. I think one of the things that we've seen, you eloquently addressed the whole issue of understanding what it's like. I think in the age of new technology, one of the things that I'm seeing is that there is this tendency to do this click next approach, right? That's one of the things that I see, where there's many individuals who's joining the field today have never managed anything on the infrastructure. They've never seen a data center before. They've never walked in. They never actually had to go to the grind of being able to determine what is our recovery objective if this data center goes down. Like I remember many eons ago, I was working for a retailer managing infrastructure when Katrina came through. Right. So imagine Katrina coming through and have to make strategic decisions. That was my first time of almost going on a corporate jet, where the jet were just waiting to move like the first responders, right? For that wheelchair at the time. And if you look at that dynamics to today, you have individual that is managing large infrastructure through AWS, Azure, or other type of cloud infrastructure that has never really physically been in a data center. When I worked for this retailer at the time, I remember going to the data center and all the biometrics, you had to be able to clock in. Not everybody going to that infrastructure and clean that room, right? And they would have a note that says, you know, they would do a breakdown of the total amount of money we make. So let's say we make $14 billion a year, and they break it down all the way down to the day, to the hour, to the minute, to just warn you about being mindful of everything that you touch in this data center has a repercussion, right? So those, I think now it is a lot more easier for people to kind of get started. But back in the day when you started, you had to be able to go through that. You had to be fully tested. There would be requirement to have a certain level of expertise even before you're allowed to touch a server, right? I remember when VMware had a Windows version and a Linux version, right? That's how old that infrastructure was. And when Citrix came in, and the whole ability to run an entire data center in one block with multiple hosts at the bottom, right? Our challenges that time was always determining a chargeback model. Because if you need to buy a new database server, there's not only the infrastructure, there's the licensing cost. Now you can go in AWS in 5 minutes, you can spin that up. You still need the same licenses per core, but you don't have to wait for the long term to order that hardware. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen today for the cloud providers being able to solve that chargeback challenge.
And Dr. Weeks, even listening to this conversation, I'm a novice for the folks out in our universe who are walking in thinking, wait a minute, he just said VMware, Citrix. I don't even know what that is. Right. And to me, you can't protect what you don't know.
Right. Sydney.
I equate it to protecting my kids, my family. I know where they're supposed to be, how they're going to react. And that is my family. I'm going to protect them wholeheartedly. If you're walking in green into a network infrastructure, you don't even know all the parts and what they do and how they interact. You're going to struggle. Therefore, I'm strongly recommending to all of our folks out there, start with a basics, A+ course, right? Get your hands on some hardware, understand the basics, then venture out, because you can get to a CISSP, a CISM, or you can go the governance route. There's so many different companies offering these different certifications, and how you start determines how you will fly. For me, flying from the basics wins. I know we've been joined this evening by the esteemed and wonderful doctor. Please share with us some questions.
Yeah, well, I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV.
Nice.
But obviously, by your accreditation, both of you are doctors. The academic educational role is a part of your background. But I don't know that everybody out there understands or knows necessarily what are the degrees and certification, not certification, the degrees and a subject matter that you need to be an expert in, or that you could take courses in to be able to kind of get into this field.
Perfect. And I think Dr. Hicks kind of started with the whole C++. There was some fundamental certification that you can do. When you look at it from a degree perspective, there was a lot of efforts today around data analytics, right? At the core of everything that we do today, ChatGPT would not be ChatGPT if there's no data set, no models, to be able to work on. So being able to, if you're a person that have an idea or a nick for those things, to be able to look at stuff, whether you're an accountant or an individual person that would like to triage incident. Anything in cybersecurity, like the new buzzword that everybody's trying to get into. Everybody's going out and having a degree now in that space. So that's also an additional place to go. But you can just talk fundamentals. One of the benefits of this industry is that there is individual who's coming in non-IT experiences to be able to operate. Like I remember when I worked at a healthcare provider in Broward County a couple of years ago, my mentor, Dr. Fernando Martinez, he had a knack for being able to bring clinical folks into IT when clinical informatics was just getting started with a lot of the, EMRs and other, medical record services that was being provided. And the benefit was that an individual that goes out and study nursing to be able to come in clinical informatics and get additional training or go back to school to learn that they're halfway there because they already understand patient care and a lot of the infrastructure that is required at the hospital level. So like data analytics, anything around the management of understanding data goes back to the same core concept. How do you get value out of what we have right now?
So I thought we lost you there for half a second, Dr. Weeks, so I was interrupting. You froze for a second, but he is hitting it dead on the head in terms of you start with one practice, one focus. Mm-hmm. So let's say that you're a bachelor seeking in, I don't know, history. And in your studies, you research a ton of historic data systems or just history in general. And you make that transition into a cybersecurity degree. I recommend if you're going to go gung-ho into cybersecurity, you start off as a freshman in cyber or information or database systems and end with a cybersecurity, either management, analyst position. Any of these titles are really, really hot today, or cyber governance, or you could seek a path in information systems, or like we pursued, a doctorate in information systems is absolutely valuable. Doctorate in information technology can lend itself quite nicely to a jump into a master's in cybersecurity because you've pulled in all of those components necessary to succeed with real hands-on tangible lab work, tangible field research, and in many cases, executive level work is even more valuable. And that's why I applaud the fact that we are both sitting with our executive doctorates, because it dictates that we can go out into the market and lead an entire team and roll up our sleeves and get dirty with it.
Right, exactly. So differentiate for me and for those out listening who may be considering this kind of industry, this kind of field of study, this field of work, the difference between cybersecurity, privacy, and information assurance. Are they the same with just different names, or are there nuances that allow for or that require then different activities and therefore different skills?
Dr. Weeks is our privacy expert. I will let him speak to privacy, and I'll take on the cybersecurity, and we can split the information assurance. Dr. Weeks?
So, when we go back and look at the concept of privacy, I think when we look at it from a historical perspective, there is two models, right? There is a model where privacy is a fundamental requirement that's enshrined in the Constitution and other regulatory framework that protects that. And then you have in like the US, for example, privacy tend to be more sectorial. So there is COPA that protect the privacy information of kids, or you may have HIPAA that have a healthcare oversight and regulatory perspective. The whole concept of privacy is the protection of PII information, like personally identifiable information for that individual. And there is specific requirements that dictate what can be considered PII. There is primary information like your social security number, your driver's number, things that are unique to you. But there's also secondary identifiers. Like if somebody can identify you based on an IP address, they may be able to say, okay, Sydney live in 1234 West Street, New York City, right? So all of those things become protected information. And the goal of most of the organizations today is to be able to look and see how that information is processed. So the whole process around privacy is how do you set up a framework in which an individual may present you with their information for specific purposes. What we are seeing in the market today is from a privacy, because there's no federal privacy regulation within the US, it's more chunks. So each state have an approach. So California is doing their stuff, New York is doing their stuff, state of Florida have specific requirements around the protection of that data. But that data is getting to a point where it now become monetized. If you look at where technology is today, if you look at it from a healthcare perspective, for example, everyone is trying to understand how do you get better outcome from the data that we've already collected? The challenge that you face is, if you look at it from a privacy perspective, the concern will be if you collect data for a specific purpose, and now you want to change the processing purpose for which that data was collected, should you now go back out and get consent from that individual, right? And then that's the driving factor, because of the whole process of monetizing that data. There is a requirement to kind of balance the use of data and the whole privacy implication of how that data may be used, whether you like it or not. Some of the platforms out there, like they always say, if you're not paying for it, you're the product. Right. So the question is, as an institution or industry within the US, many industries are built on data. And there's many organizations for which you have no formal relation that's managing and processing your data. So the whole idea is to be able to protect it from a privacy perspective, so it's only used for the purpose for which it's collected.
Okay. So juxtaposed to privacy is cybersecurity. We've seen it on the news. You sit there and you look on television and you hear about a hacker. You hear about someone being taken for all of their money. Recently, we sat and we watched Vegas get attacked. Before that, we knew all about all of the major attacks from the pipeline industry. What does that mean to a person who is sitting in a cybersecurity role? Those individuals have a hat to wear to block and protect the organization's information. They are like the soldiers on the front line fighting against a group of would-be bad actors. Some of them are from entire nation states. Look at what's happening with the different cyber attacks that are happening against Russia, cyber attacks that are happening against Hamas, the cyber attacks that are happening against Israel, where they're trying to cripple systems and in the middle of that, bleed down and grab data so that they can hold that data hostage and demand ransomware money and say, I have it. If you want me to keep it safe and not expose all of your information, pay me. Cybersecurity experts, cybersecurity professionals, your primary role is to understand the attack vectors and to understand how to defend against those attacks. Many of the cybersecurity professionals walking in start off small and understand what is the concept of a firewall. A piece of hardware that sits in front of your network that potentially protects you from the outside world. If it's misconfigured, you leave a backdoor for a hacker and off they run and off they go with all of your information, which, as Dr. Weeks alluded to, is the golden nugget. If I steal 1 million records of people who are on, let's go with the popular drug, Ozempic, and I know that these individuals are fiending for that drug in order to lose their weight, I could send out a phishing email tomorrow morning to all of them and say, hey, I have Ozempic half price. Click right here and please put in your credit card information. Don't forget the 3-digit security code and please purchase nothing, because at the end of the day, I'm just grabbing all your money. So our cybersecurity experts are protecting data that bleeds into that privacy universe that Dr. Weeks is talking about, but it could also mean bringing down mission critical systems. I fear the day that someone outside of the US or outside of our local city decides to bring down the power grid or flood a water system with too much, whatever it is, to protect maybe perhaps chlorine, the drinking water, and contaminate us. Some actors in the future, sometimes you hear about it in movies, turn into reality checks for us. Many of our local systems might be vulnerable to some of these attacks. What if we turn up the temperature a little bit too hot that keeps the nuclear material cool in some of our nuclear plants? Those are the type of attacks that when you hear about cybersecurity, we are supposed to protect the universe and the world against.
Okay. And now information assurance.
Two things about assurance, and most people don't understand that difference. Assurance relies on us knowing something that is in fact safe. information assurance also bleeds into the concept of understanding that the information is also accurate and available. So that assurance has a middle ground that more bleeds into a combination of both. And when folks come and advertise that, hey, I'm looking for an information assurance team or an expert in that space, sometimes they'll walk in wearing a lot of that privacy hat on the front end and have some tangible cyber skills on the back end. Dr. Weeks, do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I think at the heart of the whole process is your ability to kind of validate the integrity of what you have, right? You can't protect what you don't know you have. So the core of that process is trying to determine obviously what you have. And then once you map out what you have and where it's located, then you can kind of establish those controls around the processes that will be required to make sure that information itself is available when it's required. And only those individuals who's authorized to have access to that information have access to that information. And then there's a verifiable process around that. Sydney.
So let me try and see if I can paraphrase this accurately. That privacy is what needs to be protected. The cybersecurity is the how I'm going to protect it. And the insurance, the information insurance is the monitoring to confirm it has been protected.
That is correct.
Is that a fair?
Wonderful student. Wonderful student.
You just get A, Sydney.
A+. I go to the front of the class. All right. All right. So talk about this. Obviously, with this being so important today, with all the systems and technologies that are in place, et cetera, this becomes the trendy hot thing. It becomes the trendy hot thing for schools and businesses to provide certification and to start teaching coursework in it. It becomes the hot thing for somebody to get into as a business, as a startup, et cetera, et cetera. What's the best way for someone to stay current on all the latest trends, new knowledge, new information? And what is the way that somebody who's purchasing these kinds of services will know that, hey, they're, the business I'm going to hire or bring on board, or the individual really is up to date and knowledgeable?
Perfect. So I think one of the first things we start looking at in terms of trends, right? And if you're going to get started, the idea in terms of where you go to find resources, right? So there's many nonprofit organizations for which you can be affiliated or associated. You have ISSA, you have IC Squared, you have ISACA, you have NAZI, you have multiple organizations that has professionals within that field, right, to be able to get a source of information. NISC, in terms of a government organization, provide a lot of baseline or standards around the topic itself. So many of the technical controls that you would have in privacy and cybersecurity itself is based in some of the fundamental frameworks that you can get out of NIST 853, the CMMC, and multiple organizations to be able to do that. There is multiple other managed services. So depending on the type of services that you offer, the managed service may have a collection of information where they're monitoring the threats across the world. If you're a Dell subscriber, for example, or you may have Netscope as a web protection solution, there may be information feeds that you can get from those providers. So as things change rapidly, that information is fed into system that you manage. If you look at it at the end user perspective, if you have McAfee or baseline virus protection, once things change in the environment, your application can get uploaded or updated once the check change. Apple has a whole bunch of information that they just received. So any solution or application that you have internal to your organization, those organizations provide a way of staying current on the trends or any update that may directly affect you. But you have newsletters, government information security have a whole bunch of different things that I have seen. LinkedIn, right? We do a lot of social networking where we connect with our friends on different social media platforms where you have professionals within the space. So the opportunity to kind of learn from peers, it is actually there. And subscription services is another one that may enable you to stay current and follow the trends.
So for me, the same question, I'm going to add two things that I think are mission critical for us. I wake up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and immediately I have my own thread of information that comes piling in. And I customized that thread almost, 5 years ago. So every morning, between myself, Dr. Weeks, Dr. Johnson, and other members of CyberMinds, Dr. Gomeres, Dr. Joseph, who couldn't join us this evening, we flood the universe with the knowledge of the headlines. You hear about the headlines, but until you sit down and read those headlines, you're just lost. So if you're an executive, if you're at any level of the accounting departments, you look at the recent headlines and two things have popped to the front of mind. One, the SEC has recently announced a new paradigm for reporting cyber incidents. Wait a minute, the average person wouldn't know that unless they're reading and paying attention to the headlines, right? The accounting folks have different threads that they are now seeing more information security concern brought to the forefront of their profession. Keeping in touch with each of those arms that are threats to the organization are mission critical. Those for the executive folks are important to monitor, starting with waking up and having those articles front of mind. The second thing I want everyone to understand, especially for this conversation, is don't get distracted. We know that artificial intelligence is the next hottest item out there, AI or cybersecurity. They too are related. So understanding your interests up front, if you're interested in cyber and you want to get started, starting with some of the list of periodicals and those threads, either through LinkedIn and understanding where the hot topics are. There are 1,000,001 websites that only speak to what's hot in cybersecurity. Information Week was strong for a while. CIO.com, excellent for CIOs. And now we have CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers. They too have talk forums on many of the social media platforms. So staying current and understanding what's hot and how they overlap is mission critical for everyone to decipher, I think, daily. And in some cases, multiple times, multiple touch points throughout the day to know what recently happened and what that impact is on your organization is critical. Dr. Weeks mentioned NIST, which is a fabulous free utility for not-for-profits and government entities. They regulate and produce a lot of information to help organizations protect against some of the threats, including any threats that touch the privacy of an organization. Keeping on those websites keeps you up to date and current on all of the happenings, whether they be across seas, impacting the US, or right in your backyard.
So with this kind of environment and the importance of it, but also the technology involved and the trendiness of it, all of those things combined, you often get the power struggles. We're most important. We're most important. And I've seen it in other industries that I've consulted with, et cetera. And I can envision here you've got privacy folks who are saying, no, our word is gospel because we know what information is out there, and when cybersecurity folks saying, hey, we're gospel because that, and the monitoring folks saying, but then you also have the business people, oh wait, but the customer wants this or the user needs that, or for us to be able to do business, we need to have this information to be able to use it this way, et cetera. How do you balance all those things out? Who takes kind of leadership on it? And how does someone who's in the industry or want to be in the industry put themselves in a better position to be able to navigate those waters?
Can we give him Anderson, Dr. Weeks?
Oh, definitely. The majority of that is going to be a balance, right, Sydney? At the end of the day, you kind of have to look at the implication. Maybe because from a privacy perspective, my concern is always around the protection of that data. From a business perspective, they're going to be strategic decisions that an organization would like to make that would impact their business. Mm-hmm. An organization can always have more knowledge and more access to information. The question becomes that balance. And one of the things that we are seeing within this space today is how do you balance that? From a privacy perspective, there is, I wouldn't say the line has been drawn in the sand, but I think when we look at how industry has operated over time, they have not been as kind to customers' information, right? So a lot of those, you are the product kind of situation you need to manage. Sometimes when we even toss in a little bit of the regulatory implication for that, one of the things that we see is regulation is not able to keep up with technology, right? So when we get to a point to try to get to the crux of this technology today, those individuals that created the technology has already moved on to the next thing, right? And then the awareness and knowledge of the technology, some of them are evolving as we go, right? We look at what we have with ChatGPT and many of the AI solution that was here 2-3 years ago. You never had that. Not like the technology didn't exist, but I think the awareness for the regular people, as I would call us, may have not been exposed to it. But many organizations have been using that technology for a long time. I think the introduction, it was on like a day or two ago that ChatGPT is 1 year old, that folks were celebrating the birthday for that. And look at the change within the last 12 months in terms of those technology. So as organization and practitioners, we have to look at, how do I allow you to do with what you need with that information that you have, while still safeguarding the use of that data? And it differs based on nations, right? In some region of the world, the value of data is not as monetized as it is in the US. So there's many industries that exist in this country whose whole purpose is archiving, collecting, processing, sharing of data. The legal profession has been at the forefront of convincing us that a regulation or the privacy policies can easily be changed, and all of a sudden you as a customer have consented. I think as we create more awareness for the customers, they're able to make better decisions of whether they want to allow that information to be shared or not.
Right. It's always amazing. It's always amazing how quickly people will give up their information for a little trinket, a little. So sorry, I cut you off, Dr. Hicks.
For me, it's what you just mentioned. For 20% off. Okay, here's my child's first name, their height, date of birth, shoe size, eye color. 20%.
Right.
When companies sit back and try to figure out who's going to be more important. So from a CEO perspective, the IT folks come in. My cyber team comes in, folks, and my auditors. And I'm thinking they must follow the goals and objectives for the company first. How much of a risk, how much money am I investing towards preventing that risk is the balance that Dr. Weeks is talking about. Some organizations are comfortable with the level of risk. And I'll give you an example. Over in the European Union, our friends Microsoft have dabbled into a space where privacy is an inalienable right. Okay, so they don't follow some of the rules, and the penalties from and out of regulation for GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, simply are, if you expose our citizens' information without consent, smack on the wrist. Think about it. How big is Microsoft? How much of a risk can they afford?
Right.
So Microsoft will absorb $1 million, $2 million, $30 million penalty in order to do
billions of dollars
worth of business.
It's like,
they don't care.
Here you go.
Exactly.
Here, Apple, same thing. Here. How much we have in the bank? Oh, we have $1 trillion. How much they want? Oh, 10 million here.
Yes.
Oh, this group wants 10 million here.
Right. Exactly.
And keep it moving.
Right.
We're not that fortunate at the dry cleaners. We can't do that, right? We're definitely not that fortunate right over here in our backyard, a small furniture company. Other companies have to weigh that risk and know all of the factors and then figure it out. And most of the time, the phrase is not, it's not a matter of if you will be hacked, breached, attacked. It's a matter of when. So some companies have decided about how much would they like to invest versus others.
Well, we are out of time, but we have so much more to talk about. So we're going to have you guys come back again and again and again, because I got to about that many of the questions that I want to ask, like that many, questions for. So
Always.
Phenomenal information. How can people reach you if they want to connect, use your services, just find out more, network, get you as mentors, etc.?
Find us on LinkedIn. We are CyberMinds. Please find us. You can also go fhicks@cybermindsinstitute.org or Dr. Weeks.
Yep, you can find us on all the social medias at CyberMinds. If you search for us, Dr. AP Weeks, I'm Dr. Privacy. So if you search for me on LinkedIn, you'll definitely find me. Or you can reach out to this platform. We're always happy to help our organization. CyberMind is a nonprofit organization where the primary mission is being able to help those who may not have the resource to be able to defend themselves.
So we have Bill Nye, the science guy. Now we have Hicks and Weeks, the cyber guys.
Cyber guys. Awesome.
All right.
Amazing. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining. Genius is common, and I'll see you all on the other side. The Black Business Expo is The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate our scholarship fund or use the Cash App on the screen below, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November of 2023. Our sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year coming, and oh, this is my 4th year coming.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is Klock. Genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. What happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also.
And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes:
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, a staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience, showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, Africa, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speakers, I'm very excited to welcome back Dr. Alexis Weeks and Dr. Frederick L. Hicks. As a reminder, Alexis Weeks is a senior business leader with over 20 years of information technology and assurance experience. He has extensive experience working on a broad range of corporate IT initiatives where he helps businesses identify and mitigate risk to their core business assets while enabling them to address regulatory and compliance requirements. He has participated in designing, managing, planning, and implementing information security and data protection solutions in direct support of business objectives with healthcare, finance, banking, and local federal government sectors. He is a certified information security manager, a certified information security systems auditor, and a certified risk and information systems control from the ISACA International. We're also welcoming back Dr. Frederick Hicks. And Dr. Frederick Hicks, no relation, is an accomplished cybersecurity professional bringing a wealth of experience and expertise to the forefront of technology and security. Holding an executive doctorate in business administration with the specialization in information security from St. Thomas University, Dr. Hicks has demonstrated a commitment to advancing knowledge and capabilities in the field of cybersecurity, privacy AI, data privacy, risk management, and compliance. He co-founded the CyberMinds Research Institute, a 501c3 organization with nonprofits to mitigate cybersecurity, compliance, and privacy risks. I'm excited to welcome back Dr. Frederick Hicks and Dr. Alexis Weeks. Hi, gentlemen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Welcome back. Well, I will leave you to it. Genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you.
Dr. Hicks.
So, Dr. Weeks, we're back.
Yeah, so, for this session number 2, I think I wanted to kind of dive into some of the challenges that small businesses face, right, from a cybersecurity risk perspective, what resources might exist for them to be able to address the risk, and how, other organizations may be able to provide resources to help them. What are your thoughts?
Perfect. Every morning, we pass by a ton of small businesses on our way to work. We might work for large organizations, but every coffee shop, every dry cleaner, every gas station, all of these are small businesses, right? Some of them are part of a franchise. Some of these individual standalone brick and mortar locations could be small schools. They could be nurses, nursing homes, or every home business could be represented as a small business. Most small businesses don't wear the hat that we wear, Dr. Weeks. The bottom line is they don't think about cyber. They don't worry about getting hacked like we do.
Yep.
Most of them worry about, okay, I got to open at 8. I got 4 clients lined up.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be done by 12. I'll take my lunch. I got 4 more in the afternoon. 5 o'clock. I shut the doors, add up the money for the day,
and I'm out. Yep.
When we worry for the big. We don't worry when we put on our cyber hats for the small and medium-sized organizations.
Yep.
So I think the first thing we need to do is ensure that we provide them with just enough understanding about what could happen today moments. Put it out there. The more our organization provides that critical information up front about the threats, the more they begin to see, you know what, maybe I can invest this much.
Yep.
Because right now, many of them aren't investing at all in cyber protection, information security, none of the CIA components to ensure that the information they have is confidential, has and holds integrity, and is available for them tomorrow morning when they wake up to try to open the front door for business. So providing that information and having it available for them to raise that consciousness. Let's say that we're successful. We raise their consciousness to the point where they call us and say, hey, I need help. We then need to point them in the right direction for the right resources to fit their business. So we start with the basics, right? We start by saying, how do you protect your data? And we take an examination of that. And then we work outward from there. Understanding first who that business is, what they're trying to achieve. I don't know, some people might want to sell art. Others are selling candles. To understand what their goals and objectives are. Do you have client information? Is it private medical protected data? Does it fall under HIPAA? Is it your pet's information? What about those parents, the addresses where those pets are homed by those parents? Understanding that business from the inside out, right? Then taking an examination of what do they have in place versus what they don't. Let's face it, many of our clients walk in with a local internet connection box, modem, router. Some of them include some type of firewall, and they think, oh, that's it. I'm good. Meanwhile, you walk up to the front counter. I was just at my dry cleaners. The computer's up front. There's a fan cooling the back of the computer, and the back of the computer is exposed. Obviously, you and I know techniques to plug something in.
Yes.
To grab some information, right? When I mentioned it to the owner, she politely pointed me to her husband, who politely pointed me to their oldest son.
Yes. That's the IT guy.
Related.
Yeah.
And none of them understanding the harm of having the back of the computer exposed, right? Yep. So knowing that piece, where they are, critical.
No, that's definitely. I think when you look at small businesses today, I think the challenges that you face, like you said, because we may work for large enterprises that have billions of dollars, who may be able to sustain attack. I remember a couple of years ago, Bill Gates used to say, if you're not online, you're going to be out of business within a certain number of time. The challenge is that many of the small businesses today is not able to sustain attack. I remember a couple of years ago when I used to do consulting work, we had this option where an enterprise, what I said, give away $300,000, right?
And we know that happened like that.
Yes, because there was not control to be able to validate, imagine you're working in your enterprise and you get a request and say, hey, Dr. Hicks, I'm out at the golf course. I forget to pay this one vendor. Here is the information. And you just say, hey, you're validated that you think it is me. You go in and you make that transaction only to discover that it was the wrong information or somebody fished you, right? What's the implication of that?
We're scared of social engineering because we know about it. But the average senior, the average person working at an ice cream parlor, the average person working at UPS, they don't know anything about what's social engineering. They get that phone call and they think, uh-oh, it's the boss on the other line.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Hold on. Oh, absolutely. I will make sure we make that payment.
Yes.
Oh, you need me to go out and get 4 cards? Amazon gift cards. Okay, not a problem. I'm on it. Out the door, running, driving all the way down the street.
Yep.
Purchase those cards with their own money.
Yep.
only to find out when they speak to the boss,
I didn't make that
I
call.
didn't call you.
Exactly. But it's the same basic concept of that trust and verify, right? I remember when you were doing your doctoral research, you had this concept where you talk about, if you have my money, I trust you. So when you look at the challenges that small businesses face today, just from the leadership perspective, there is that sense of urgency that is created. So that secretary or administrator get that call from the boss, position of authority. And with the technology today, you can easily implicate or mimic that person itself.
And that fear, right? Oh, that's the boss calling. Act urgent. I want to impress. Those couple into the mindset, but that's what our cyber attackers understand, that we are human. That human component is a part of every small business and every large business.
Yep.
So going back to your intro question, when we go in as experts and help these organizations, these smaller businesses, if you will, what's their end game? Their end game is the same as a large business, to stay open for business.
Yep.
Because we know that is the same end game. That's our starting conversation with many of these owners who their business is their livelihood.
Yep.
And they're coming under attack more and more. I know you've been reading the news, and we're 100% aware of all of these small, medium-sized organizations that never show up on the news. But if you look at your local news and you hear about a person who went and emptied their personal bank account of $16,000 in savings, that's alarming. One of our colleagues, Dr. Joseph, who couldn't be here this evening, the distinguished Dr. Joseph, if you will, called us earlier to inform us via our WhatsApp about just this very scenario. If the individual is so vulnerable, so susceptible to this type of attack, we know organizations are, because organizations are not made up of brick and mortar and technology. Organizations are made up of users, and those users are humans who utilize the technology.
Yep.
And sometimes they stray away from the shields and go rogue. I like to say go on their own, like taking the law into their own hands, and in this case, taking chances for the organizations, which sometimes costs them their job and their livelihood. Look at our friend with the loss of $16,000. The bank is not going to cover that.
Nope. And it's cash, right? If you look at that example that he saw on the news, the challenge around that was the whole implication that you get a call in your line of business, you click on the wrong link, just trying to provide support for your customers, only to realize that somebody who's claiming they're from Microsoft, right? That is why what we do is so important. The education that you provide to some of these organizations that enable you to think twice. Ask
what
yourself,
about our friends?
Why would you think of that?
What about our friends who are in our industry who get bought out? Looking at what happened with the case in Vegas.
Yes.
How does a casino get hit? I mean, okay, we know they're attractive because there's a ton of money over there.
Mm-hmm.
So if I were an attacker, they'd be on my list. But you would think, because they know that people are coming for the money, every possible shield on the planet is in place. So what happened? Walk me through it, Dr. Weeks. I'm lost.
If you based on public information, right? When you look at the system that was hit, in this day and age, many organizations have loyalty programs, right? And within these loyalty programs, there is multiple data identifiers that's associated with you. I think you mentioned it in the last session, where in this day and age, to get a free credit card, if you remember back in the day in college, you get a T-shirt just to fill out the application, right? It doesn't matter whether you're going to apply, whether you're going to get the credit card or not. We were like poor kids in college. So a free T-shirt was a big thing when we were not worrying about protecting our credit. So when you have institutions like those that they're going to be hit, the question is, what type of information should we limit access to? Even if some of the information is collected, if you were to call who need to have access to that. And then it looks at how the system is designed, again, architected. So you start looking at specification around the segmentation of the network. If you're able to compromise one network, are you in a position to now jump to another location where sensitive information may be located, right? So if you have a flat network like most small business may have, the implication, people are not thinking, well, an application server should be on a different subnet than a web server.
They won't even know what that is, doctor.
Right? So we need to be able to think of it at their level, because that implication for a small business, you know, losing that $16,000 could have been a payroll for an organization. So to think that you can be compromised as easy as that, like, you know, Dr. Honey always says, they ain't gonna get me because I ain't answering no call to go give you no $16,000. But not everyone may not be as acute to those kind of risk, and the sophistication of some of these business email compromise, it's like amazing, because you see
and mind you, their business acumen for what they perform is sky high.
Yes,
very
sir.
passionate about creating those muffins, ensuring the coffee is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But that small oversight can cost them dearly. I love what you just said, where you mentioned we have to put ourselves in their shoes and think at that level, and then bring them up to the level that they need to be to protect their organization. That is so powerful and so important. And if everyone listening simply takes that one tip, as professionals going in to help small organizations, we start to win one small corner store, home entity at a time. Dr. Weeks, how do I protect if I am a business that floats? We all know that our friends show up and they set up shop temporarily. They are out there, and literally it's like selling products from a booth at a fair. How do they protect themselves when they have that square box sitting in front of them and clients come up, swipe their debit card, swipe their credit card, and they take that $18 transaction, that $22 transaction? How can they protect themselves?
But you got to be careful. One of the things that you want to start looking at, there was this concern about using plastic, right? Credit cards in that sense. Some places that you go, you need to have cash. You need to always have that backup $20 or $50 in your wallet or in your purse to be able to make those transactions. The challenge that you face today is when we become a digitized society, many people are not walking around with those kind of things. You can't hack you can get a fake $100 bill, but the likelihood of you being able to get compromised beyond that money is a lot smaller. One of the things we always recommend is, if you're going to be using your card, definitely don't use your credit card, your debit card in certain places. We even hear it from some gas stations and other things, because they can have skimmers and small little things in those environments. The use of a credit card at least provides some level of protection. I think, to the best of my knowledge, I think there is an obligation of like $50 or a small amount for which you may be able to be obligated. What you get when a user start using more of their debit card or their bank card, that money is gone. And once the money is gone, it takes a longer time to go back and explain to the bank, right, why you're doing that. Like, I remember recently, I went to my credit union and I was taking out some money to transfer from one account to the next. And the lady actually gave me a paper that inquire, or you pulling money out, let's say it was like $5,000 or something. When you pull it out, they start asking you, am I using that money? Are you doing it for a scam? Did somebody doing it for something you purchased? Did somebody ask you? Which I thought was interesting. Well, as a privacy guy, I had to read the document that she was asking me to sign, but she was asking me to sign that I am sure that I'm taking this out for a legitimate purpose. More than likely an attorney who indicate to them that in order to protect the institution and not be liable if you come back and say that you took it out because you was being scammed, they won't cover that cost. So
I wonder if the lady with the 16,000 got one of those papers.
Well, you would think if she take that much money out of her out of her account. And the challenge with that is not only did she take the money, she actually had to go put it in another ATM machine that did crypto. So the ability to chase that was a little challenging. So like I always say, even if you have a small business and somebody call you, like I get called on my phone all the time. If I don't recognize the number, I may just pick it up. I don't even say hello.
That's right.
Because through the automated system, they're waiting for you to say hello. There's even scams now where they're waiting, can you hear me? For you to say yes, so they can capture Fred Hicks saying yes. So if they call your account, and some of those ones where you have voice activated services, no, that itself can be compromised, right? So small business today definitely have to be on guard. You have to look out for those different things. The same thing, start basic. What are some of the basic things that you recommend that small businesses need to have to address cybersecurity today?
So if I'm the small business, and now I love the fact that you handled that angle of the customer walking up to the small business, but now I'm going to put on the hat of I'm the one with the Square device. I'm trying to get your money from you in a legitimate manner, but you might be walking up trying to take my Square information, right? So one of the things that I always recommend, if you are the one holding on to one of the Square devices, if you're utilizing your phone for the Square, you provide a case. You never face the phone to, in fact, the person for whom you are conducting that transaction. If you have one of those devices, there's a barcode on the back. Put something over it, cover it. Further, for every single transaction that occurs, if there's any anomaly, I mean, anything out of the norm that pops up on your screen, it could be a red flag that someone is attempting to interface with your tablet or your device. If that's the case, immediately turn it off, cancel the transaction. Don't click, don't touch anything. Just turn the device off and simply ask for cash. If the person says, I don't have any cash, I'm sorry, my system is down. Surely enough, that person will venture down the fairway. They'll be on their way going to get some kind of turkey leg or something, and you're good to restart your device, find out what happened, and contact Square by you calling, not having someone call you, and confirm the last transaction was in fact handled.
But now we're in the holiday period, right? You're now getting stuff that's coming into your mailbox that looks like it's from Amazon. I saw one yesterday that looked like it was from UPS. Or like I get a WhatsApp that says, I was trying to deliver a package to you and I was not able to get you. I'm like, how the hell is WhatsApp? How is Amazon contacting me on WhatsApp to tell me that they tried to deliver a package? So these are the things that certain times of the year, there is heightened concern for small businesses, transactions with fake returns just to get into your account, right?
Now is not the time to start venturing into, I'm going to visit a new website, or, I wonder if that client really received that package. Let me call the number back. Now is not the time to do that. Now it's the holidays. Don't do it. And don't fall for, here's the transaction. Here's the receipt. Need you to confirm the receipt number. No, don't do any of those. Resist, resist, resist. Please, please, as a small business owner, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank, I don't care what the bank is, TD Bank, none of them are going to call you to confirm your business accounts transaction.
Don't you like that information, Dr. Hicks? Just imagine getting a call that says, hey, I'm calling from Citibank and I want you to verify your information. And I'm like, but I didn't call you. I said, whatever you have is correct. They're like, no, we want to make sure that you are who you are. I'm like, okay, then let me call the number at the back of my card, right? Get into a concerted effort where you continuously try to protect your data. Do not share your information with anyone that don't need to have it, right? So we always try to tell our clients that every single time, and it's just like basic things. If you were going to protect your house, you would make sure, like, if I know you like nice watches, right?
Right.
So if I was to come to your house, I shouldn't expect your nice watches just sitting on the counter. I would expect that is inside of a nice watch case, and that may be locked away, and the expensive ones is always about the layer defense. Small businesses are no different. if you have a small business and you have individuals that work for you, maybe you set up a level of authorization, right? If somebody needs to be able to make a purchase and it's $1,000, that person in the office can make it. If it needs to be $5,000, that needs to go. If it's $10,000, you definitely know that Dr. Joseph is not going to let you get $10,000 from him. So he's going to make sure that he needs to be double and triple checked. So from a small business perspective, there's so many resources that's available. SBA have information. There is information on fishing and so many organizations that provide training and education. And if you're working in that digitization world, you have to be thinking about that.
That's the awareness piece, doctor. You talk about those components that make up that framework that when you wake up and you're in the business, your head needs to be in the game too.
Yeah.
You have to think, wait a minute, I'm going to sell this person some of my merchandise, but why are they here? Are they really here to buy the merchandise? Or are they trying to take the whole store? Because taking the database of all of your clients' information is taking the whole store.
That is
correct. Because now I don't have to come in and take all the jewelry.
Yep.
Those days are over. I need the list of the people who bought the jewelry from you because I know they have more money to buy more. And I need to just take my chances setting up my own little artificial intelligence to call them in robo style and steal all their information.
But Dr. Hicks, I'm going to give your business $200. All I need to know is the list of all of your customers that I can send them a $5 coupon. And I may include something from your store. Why would you not want to share that information for $200?
Not today.
Right? So you definitely need to consider that, right? So those are the things that small businesses really need to be mindful of today, because small businesses are very good at what they do. Sometimes they're so concerned about the opportunity to deliver great services, small little things that you don't mistaken. You get a call, you think it's the bank, or you just made a transaction to try to do some services, then all of a sudden you get an email. Is it related? It could just be random. But somehow you thought, man, maybe this is the bank because it looks so legitimate. You know, and they say, hey, we just saw some transaction on your credit statement or your bank statement that we just want to verify that is you. Log in here, right? So you receive this official looking communication that you think is from Bank of America, only to log in and you just pass your credential to an adversary who can now log in. And then what they may do, they may log in as you, call from the bank, they can create a number that receive on your call that may look like Bank of America or may have the name Bank of America. And just by the mere fact of you saying, hey, Bank of America is calling me, I must now answer that call. So now once you take that call, you're now starting to verify information because they tricked you into thinking that that was a legitimate call from the bank. And then voila, your $16,000 is gone.
Dr. Weeks, the nefarious actors do not care.
Nope.
They have no conscience, nor do they contemplate your circumstance after they're gone. However, many of them now think, I burned you. I can burn you again.
Yep.
I can burn you twice.
Twice.
And if you let me, I'll burn your friends 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
One of the questions that I'm going to hopefully we can digest a little bit here is we know that some of our businesses are in a state of flux.
Yes.
They're handing from one generation up to the next.
Yep.
Our seniors who had the business for years are handing it off to that next generation, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And the target is still the senior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Many of our seniors who have small businesses are, as I like to put it, getting got because they're not keeping up with the modernized world in terms of all the technological twists that all of these evil actors bring to the table. What can we do as safeguards of many of the small businesses who are run by our seniors to help them? I know that we're members of Cyber Minds and we have a huge challenge ahead to protect just the average person. Can we and should we start with protecting the small business owners who are in fact seniors?
Yes, and I think there is a lot of use case when we see the individuals that's being attacked, right, today or targeted. whether it's through email, phone calls. They consistently receive these emails that not only just affect them from a business, but they may get a call that says, hey, your granddaughter was in an accident. I was watching an individual who was talking to Congress on C-SPAN recently, who was in the field of investigating these kind of things and got caught, right? When the call came and said, hey, your son just had an accident. He hit a pregnant woman and they're taking her to the hospital. Sense of urgency, and they're going to arrest him. And you need to do bail. It's $9,000. It's like $90,000, but you can do 10%. I think they needed him to do like $9,000. But they know he was an attorney, and they say, well, the person who would have been able to do the bail bonds now is had an emergency. But there was this specific way that you can do it, that you can authorize it as an attorney. Call this Mr. Bernstein back, right? But the same thing happened with our seniors, right? Where when they're running these businesses, they've been doing this for a generation. And all they want to do is to be able to serve that next customer and have something to be able to pass on residual income and a business for their family. But calls like that may come in if they're not aware. They say, hey, why would I get that call? And then instead of taking the call and reacting based on that call, pick up the phone and call your granddaughter. Pick up the phone and call your son or your daughter or whatever the case is, and think about it. You know, you always hear them say, if you want to be an impulse buyer, just think about it for 24 hours. And if you come back to it, you may make a decision tomorrow, hey, I really don't need it, right? So get out of that idea of trying to take action quickly, especially from unknown callers, emails you don't know, or anything call and asking for help. I think by default, we have a sense of being nurturing and trying to help and want to be able to do that. And sometimes we get taken, right? Because the adversary are expecting us to take that action, right? Because we're so sympathetic. If it was my daughter that was in an accident, I will do whatever it takes to try to address that concern. And if you get a letter from somebody who you purposely think you're doing business with, you're going to make that transaction. So let's say we had a client that you're providing work for, that you know an invoice runs every 90 days. It is an easy transaction to just say, hey, I'm going to go in and make that payment. But what if your environment is compromised and that routing and checking account number that you thought was for that adversary has been modified? How do you know that that was in fact done? You don't know that, right? So you got to be mindful of that from that perspective.
Many of these seniors I worry about are not only susceptible, like you point out, they're not aware as we are. I think the safeguards are some of the triggers that you mentioned. If it's a relative involved, call that relative.
Yes.
If it's a new website, probably not really new. Oh, yes. New email, nope, not really. And if they are accustomed to working with certain individuals in their business, in their industry, continue to work with them via phone, call them and confirm. Don't click just thinking it's the same. Always call, especially for our seniors out there who are running these small businesses.
Have a trusted friend, right? You could also have a trusted friend or somebody who, when these things occur, you can reach out and say, hey, Johnny, I got this call, such and such, it didn't seem too okay for me. Check it out, right? I've had some seniors, like I do that for my aunts now. They get these same calls and they call me. They're like, Alexis, I got this call about something, and it didn't seem right. It was something about renewing my subscription. What do I do then, right? And I had to be mindful of that. So I had to be very careful.
Yeah, my mom is also susceptible to some of this as well. But because she knows most people don't tell the truth over the phone, she never falls for it. Dr. Weeks, we started with the protections, the shields, and the implications as it relates to what can happen if a successful attack occurs on a small business. And we know loss of reputation is huge in some industries. Let me give you a quick example. If we find out tomorrow that the new iPhone made out of titanium is overheating, are you going to give your iPhone back? No. You just go and make sure that it doesn't overheat, or make sure that someone has a fix for it.
That is correct.
If you're a small ice cream shop down the corner in business for years,
yes,
and all of a sudden your loyal 80 customers have all of their data stolen, do you think those 80 customers are going to come back and buy ice cream?
Nope.
That's not going to happen.
Nope. And that's why you need to be mindful, the whole idea of protecting, even though you're a small business, because the implication to the business is so drastic, right? If you're not mindful of those minute differences, those 80 customers that's been supporting you as an entity for a long time may just decide to leave. Because now they say, hey, now all of a sudden they've discovered that the compromise occurred with your ice cream shop. And they were like, wait a minute, I've been shopping with Dr. Hicks ice cream shop for so long, but he don't even have the ability to protect my data. So why am I going to continue to do business there? And that's the concern when you start looking at small businesses, where an attack, while it may be very small, it could drastically impact their reputation, right? So those organizations spend many years trying to make sure that they're maintaining that reputation, which is why they come back to you.
So we're on the Black Business Network, and we're sending that message loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Your reputation is mission critical. But guess what? The cyber actors who attack, they do not care if you're a Black business, a primarily white or other business. They simply care about the green.
Yep.
That is the color that brings us all into business and can take you out of business if you're not careful.
Yeah.
The challenges of artificial intelligence. This is one of my passionate topics, right? How can we protect the small businesses against an attack launched by an AI bot, several servers that are constant on phone, email, and trying to infiltrate the network simultaneously as a small business? What do we do?
Well, and that's an interesting question. One of the things that you're seeing today is AI attacking AI, because you could also deploy AI for small business solutions to be able to address those challenges, right? So the challenges that you're faced with AI, whether it's small, medium, or large, is the ability to send multiple attacks at you instantly. Imagine if you're a small business and you're running like a D-Link or a Netgear router that is like 2-3 generations back. They may be able to identify that as part of the discovery of your network and find all the vulnerability within that device, right? And then just flood it with attacks and easily be able to do it. So one of the primary things that I always tell individuals, even my relatives, if you are not at your computer, there is no reason why it needs to be online. If I just get up from this desk to go to the bathroom, the first thing I do is disconnect my Ethernet cable. Just between that time, when I leave to go to bed, there is absolutely no reason for this device to be online at 2 o'clock in the morning if I'm in the bed sleeping. So small little things like that that you need to be able to look for stuff, like making sure updates are there, right? If you have a device and you're running Windows 7 today, when we're ready at Windows 11, like Microsoft is going to release a patch Tuesday at least once a month. And if it's critical or a 0 day, they may do it the same day. Make sure you have updates running. Be mindful of those things, Spend that initial money making an effort to do basic things. Most major incidents happen because of basic things that we are not doing, right?
You mentioned Windows 7. I almost died laughing. If you're running Windows 7 and you're running an ice cream shop, and that is your point of sale device,
they should
the
take your
heavens have
money.
blessed you long enough.
But it is true, right? It is true. And even that, when you look at some organization that's out there, does have the ability to provide services to nonprofit organizations. I know Microsoft has like 365 packages for nonprofit organization. You may be able to get like 20 or 25 license or 100 license to do basic stuff. email, office products, and basic things like that. But you have to be able to take those appropriate steps.
Well,
Hi, gentlemen.
I'm gonna squeeze in the last word.
Sure.
You just mentioned something that's passionate to us, and we know that these are the holidays. Our not-for-profits who donate food, who donate meals and gifts, you are also vulnerable to these type of cyber incidents. Please, 2 tips: stay current, listen to the others around you to help protect you, especially from that younger generation who just might be aware of some of the technological challenges you might face.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so, so much, you guys, for joining us again and sharing all of your insights into cybersecurity. Where can people find you both?
You can find us, like we said before, you can find us on LinkedIn at Cyber Minds. You can find us here at Dr. Privacy on LinkedIn, and we are always available. You can send me an email at 8pweeks@cybermindresearch.org and be able to help.
Or you can hit me, F. Hicks at Cyber Minds Research, cybermindsinstitute.org. They both work.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. And with that said, genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App showing up on the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA, to donate. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November of 2023. Those are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, the Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Malaine Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. stand up strong, and remember, genius is common.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year, and oh, this is my 4th year.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight. So
we gotta go home. We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Genius is common. And my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. that's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know that our Black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all Black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Lori Mitchell. Lori Presley Mitchell has been in technology since 1996, working at that time as a systems administrator and a respiratory therapist. As she continued to work in her dual roles, she decided to obtain a degree in technology. Lori graduated from Pennsylvania State University in 2002 with a bachelor's degree in information systems. Lori has concentrated her tech career in healthcare and understands the power of technology in organizations. She has worked as a consultant for 3 years before opting to become a part of the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center as a senior application specialist. Lori Presley Mitchell is the founder of Black Women in Technology LA. As a newcomer to the Los Angeles technology community, Lori noticed a lack of participation by women of color. Her goal for Black Women in Technology LA is to provide a space for African American women to develop relationships, opportunities to network, professional development, and technical know-how. Black Women in Technology LA is recognized as a nonprofit organization, and Black Women in Technology LA is currently seeking a 501c3 designation as a charitable organization. I now present to you Lori Mitchell. Hi, Lori.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Of course. So I'm really excited to speak to you. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation for us to have, just because my work and the work that I directly do is I hire engineers. So I speak to technical people all day long and in the interview process. And so I would love to hear a little bit about you and your background. So I have some questions for you. I hope you don't mind. The first question that I really had for you was around the mission for Black Women in Technology.
Well, our mission is ultimately to get more Black women into tech. And the way that we do that and the means that we do that is very important. And that's what's part of our mission.
Got it. So when you think about that, you mentioned Black women in technology. Is that your target audience, or who are your primary beneficiaries within the Black women in tech community?
Well, we target Black women specifically, but no one is left behind. It doesn't matter who it is. If they come and they want to be a part of the organization and state that they want to learn how to break into technology, or they want to know how to transition their career, we are all for it, because it's the more women we have in tech, the better off tech will be.
Gotcha. So you talked about anybody is welcome, but welcome to what? What sort of programs does your organization run, and what do you offer?
Well, right now we're a Google Grow with Google partner.
Okay.
And being a Grow with Google partner enables us to offer certificate and diploma programs for Google tech that they have out there. For example, you become a digital analyst, a data analyst. You become a cybersecurity expert or IT worker. So those are the things that Google offers, and we offer that to our constituency. In addition to that, we have a every other week video presentation and networking presentation that we hold for the women of Black women in technology. And if anyone else gets a hold of the invite, they're also welcome. We also improve lives and give one-on-one coaching. I give one-on-one coaching with women who are transitioning and they need a couple of pointers. They need some direction. That's what I'm there to do. We also are starting with our funding this year. We're starting up a scholarship fund for women who want to attend conferences, but otherwise wouldn't be able to because of the cost of the conference. So we want to get us more involved in everything that we can so that we can be represented in tech.
Got it. So you have a really, really, beneficial mission, and you're literally working on programs to help African American women and Black women who are interested in breaking into technology. Where do you see the company going in the next 5 years?
Well, in the next 5 years, that's interesting that you bring that up. I would love to go into workforce development. Go into workforce development. Excuse me.
It's okay.
With women and Black women in particular, and apprenticeship programs. Apprenticeship programs, you work at the company and then you get the job at the company. I would love to make sure that we get involved in that, to be able to direct women to those types of programs so that they can become gainfully employed. Becoming gainfully employed in technology changes your life. It changes your life because it changes your economic bottom line. So we want to make sure that we get more of us into tech so we can increase ourselves economically.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's talk a little bit about partnerships and collaborations, because you did just kind of mention how you're hoping to get to a space where you can do apprenticeships and new grad and internship programs with partners. What are some of the partners that you're currently working with, or do you collaborate with other tech companies or institutions at the moment?
We do collaborate. Right now, we're a Microsoft partner. Like I said, we're a Grow with Google partner, and we're looking for more sponsors and partners. So if there's anybody out there that wants to be, a partner with Black women in tech, I'm all for it. All you got to do is just let me know.
Awesome. So with that, a company who would love to partner with you really wants to hear a success story. So tell me or share a success story or a significant impact that your organization has had on Black women in technology.
Well, there's one woman that comes to mind. She's now on my board. She started not in tech at all, no tech at all, but with a desire in tech. And now, besides being on our board, she is a digital tech wonder. She got in tech. She took programming through Udacity and got a diploma and certificate, and has been able to start her own company. She works as a consultant. She's really blossomed as a woman in tech, and I couldn't be more proud of her.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So let's address a bit of an issue. So we know that there is a disparity in the number of African American women who find themselves in the technology industry. What are some of the things that you're noticing that is showing to be a blocker for more Black women to get into the industry? And what are some things that companies can do directly to make sure that they're increasing more visibility or allowing more Black applicants into their processes?
I think one of the things, because I look at myself, I've been in technology for over 20 years, and the highest position that I've had so far is a director, which is fine with me. I now work as a senior analyst, but one of the issues is everybody knows it as imposter syndrome. And being there and not believing you should be there. That is the issue. And I think if more women, us as women, if we could combat that imposter syndrome, we could see ourselves into better places. For example, in the boardroom, in higher levels of tech in our several departments. We could be in those places if we could just let go of that. And not being able to articulate, not that there's a problem with their speech or anything, but being able to articulate what we want in a position. For example, we won't go for positions that we are not 100% qualified for.
Definitely.
And that's it. I have to be 100% qualified for that. Where a man will go for the position, not know everything about those things that are required, apply for the job and get it. We have to stop being so perfect, thinking we have to be perfect to get a position. And that goes for Black women as well. We look at things from the outside and we start to feel uncomfortable. I'm the only Black woman in my department. And that's not the first time that's happened to me. So I'm used to it by now. But someone who's just starting might feel uncomfortable about it. Well, one thing I could say to that is, if you look at things, I'm thinking of the word, if you look at things circumspectly, you'll be able to pay attention to the surroundings. You'll be able to pay attention to what the organization is about. You'll be able to pay attention to how you can move up in the organization instead of that little impediment of just being around someone who doesn't look like you. And we also need to make sure we pull one another up.
Yeah.
We need to be able to say, I have a friend who is in tech who would be interested in the job. We have to pull one another up and say, here, if you take this additional programming course, that'll make you more palatable to a company. We have to be able to do that for our sisters in tech. We got to be able to pull one another up.
Definitely. So let's talk about challenges and obstacles for your organization. What are some of the biggest challenges your organization is facing in achieving its mission today?
I think one of the biggest challenges is right now we're a virtual organization, and establishing ourselves in different locations to be able to pull those people that are really hungering and wanting to belong to a communal organization, someone that offers community. That's one of the challenges. Another challenge is always going to be making sure that we understand that there's enough room for all of us.
Yeah.
And one conference is one way, another conference is another way, another conference is another way. There's plenty of us to go around. Yeah. So I think when we talk about our competition with one another and these organizations, we need to look at that and be friends with one another because we're all serving the same thing.
Definitely. So I'd love to hear a little bit about advice. When you think about someone who is just starting out and deciding if they want to go into the technology industry, there are so many different sectors within tech. There's data, there's mobile app development, there's cybersecurity, there's DevOps, there's you name it, back end, full stack, front end. How do you guide someone who's interested in technology? What advice can you give to that person? And what are the first 5 things that person should do?
Well, the first 5 things they should do, in my opinion, they need to understand the foundation. Technology has a foundation. Everyone who's using technology in their company or their organization has someone who understands what a server is, how the networking works, how things are put together, how things connect. That's the foundation, and that's the first thing that's needed. And the Google Partner Program does have an IT support class that people can take to help them understand the foundation of technology. The next thing I would do is ask them what they're currently doing. I ask people what they're currently doing. If they tell me they're in healthcare and they're a nurse, I say, well, you're halfway there. One of the things we need to remember is subject matter experts are definitely needed in tech. It's not so much that it's about the tech, it's about what you know about the organization that the tech is supporting. Tech supports business operations. Tech is not a revenue generator. Tech supports. So what we want to do is make sure that people understand if you're a subject matter expert, you are half the battle, and they would be glad to train you to be able to understand the tech side because you know the business side. Another thing that I would do is ask them if they have a particular interest in doing something like programming. Programming takes special people to be able to do programming. Just to sit and mess with code all day is a very interesting thing for someone to do. And as opposed to someone who is working with applications all day. So there are different avenues that you can go into. You can go into hardware support. You can go into software support. Once you get those under your wing, you understand what you want to do, then you can go on to the next phase, which is actually applying for a job. Now, getting your foot in the door is not always the easiest thing to do. There are positions that you can get into that help you understand more about the organization if you're not familiar. For example, a help desk position or a support position. Never look at those like they are the bottom of the rung of any particular ladder, but look at that as an opportunity to learn. You must learn the organization. You must learn the business, or the tech that you're doing will make no sense whatsoever.
That makes a ton of sense. Okay, so let's talk about events for your organization. Do you organize any events, workshops, networking opportunities for Black women in the industry?
Well, we do. We are having an event in January in North Carolina, near Raleigh, and it's going to be provided by someone who builds resumes for people. It's going to show people and help them understand how to put their resume together, which is an important task if you're looking for a job, especially a job in tech. So we're having that event in January. We're also going to be working with a group, two other nonprofits for an event called Love AI Con. And it's an event that is going to showcase AI and how young people and older people are affected by AI, and so that they can learn different tricks and tips so that they can understand how AI works and what it'll do in their lives and what they should expect. We also have our, like I said, our every other networking event, every other week networking event where we come on and we share our stories, we share our questions, we share our experiences to help one another as we continue to go through this this journey, which is called tech.
Got it. So you mentioned sharing opportunities and sharing experiences and connecting. One of the things that I've learned just in my career, generally speaking, is having a mentorship is of the utmost importance. Are there any programs directly relating to mentoring younger up and coming engineers, maybe high school students? And if so, what do those programs usually encompass?
We don't directly have a program for mentorship, but when we do get on that networking call, that's the opportunity that a lot of the young women and even the middle-aged women have been taking advantage of to be able to get their moments with me and other women that have been in tech for a long time. So I'm also available through email and answer emails to make sure that women are encouraged to follow this path.
Got it. So you mentioned something earlier, and it has been named or starting to become the future of technology, and that is AI. What are your thoughts on AI? And what are your thoughts about someone trying to break into that industry at this time?
Well, my thoughts are it's here and it's not going anywhere. And if we don't get on the bandwagon and understand how it works, how it will one day possibly displace us in our jobs, then we're going to be in trouble. We need to make sure that we understand the nuts and bolts of it. And anyone who wants to go into AI, there's a couple of parts that we need to consider. We need to consider the back end, how it's all created and all. So what we need to do, they need to be engineers, and they need to be in data analytics, and they need to be, in machine learning. They need to know how to work with big data. They need to understand how all of that works in order to create an AI. They need to be heavy in programming, very heavy in programming. So we need people to be able to work that particular end of things. And then there are the end users. The end users are the ones that are working behind the scenes, working in front of the scenes using AI. For example, when I sent you those 10 questions, I went straight to ChatGPT. And so we need to understand how we can use these tools, because they're nothing but tools, to help us support our businesses, to help us support what we do at work. It's a support mechanism, and it's something that we need to understand how to use.
Definitely. That makes a ton of sense. So we talked a little bit about what up and coming engineers can do to start the process of becoming a part of this career in this field. I would love to talk to you about your direct background. So I took a look at your LinkedIn, and you have a wealth of knowledge, and a lot of your experience has directly been in analytics. What was it about data analytics that kind of drew you to it as a subject matter? And now that you've done it for some time, what are some of the changes that keep you inspired about staying in the field?
One of the things that keeps me inspired about staying in the field is the fact that there's so much good that can come from it. And you mentioned data. If you look at data, data tells a story. If you want to know what the story is for an organization, you look at their data. You pull that data and you help it to explain what's going on, from a pie chart to a tree chart, to all those things. It makes you understand what's happening with an organization, whether they're failing, whether they're winning, whether they're going to survive in the next 5 to 10 years. There's a story that's told. And that's what I think is so important. And if you want to be able to tell stories, you definitely need to go into data.
Got it. And what drew you to data analytics versus any other technical realm when you got your start? What was it about that subject that made you inspired then?
Well, I started back a long time ago when Windows 3.1 was still out. Mm-hmm. You probably don't know what that is, but I forgive you. I was self-taught. I self-taught myself how to take computers apart and put them back together. Self-taught myself applications in the respiratory department where I worked, because I was a respiratory therapist at the time, subject matter expert, and continue to grow, because a lot of the data that is pulled in healthcare tells a story as well. For example, if you can look at zip codes, you can tell in zip codes what diseases or what chronic diseases are more prevalent than others. So you can do that with data. And that's what's so important about it, because there's something that can come from that. There are better outcomes that can come from that because you have that information at hand.
That makes a ton of sense. I formerly worked at a diabetes company, and you very well can tell based off of where someone is living, by their zip code, which chronic conditions are impacting it. And it feels like today companies are leveraging that information to provide programming and putting up businesses directly relating to the niche that is happening the most in that particular area. So there are more diabetes health advocates popping up in specific zip codes. So I can see how that happens. So you've worked in data, you've worked in healthcare, and you have kind of spun up this nonprofit organization with the intention of helping other women who are African American get into the market and to get into technology. And that's a lot of work that you are doing. What are some suggestions that you have for the companies that need to hire these people? How could they change their hiring processes, or what could they do to make sure that they're incorporating more Black women into their hiring process?
I think what they should do is consider. I think the thing that we have been at most disadvantage is the fact that we've never even been considered. If your resume has a certain name on it, they're not going to choose your resume just because of your name. And I know that came out some years ago that this was a development, but I guarantee you they're still doing it. So I think just to be considered is enough for us to be able to get our foot in the door. I think it's important for companies to understand to have a diverse workplace, a diverse company with diversified employees will help their bottom line. Merely because if I tell someone where I work and that company makes a product, they're probably more apt to go out and participate and buy that product. Buying that product increases the bottom line of the company. So what we want to do is be inclusive, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think being inclusive is definitely a help to a company's bottom line and something that they should pursue.
Got it. So you started a nonprofit. What were some of the challenges that you had to face to get your nonprofit off of the ground?
Well, I was scared to death.
Okay.
I was scared to death to start a nonprofit. I didn't know what it meant. So one of the things that I think first and foremost someone should do is study and research what you think you need to do to be able to start a nonprofit. I was able to finally get mine started up off the ground, and it was very eye-opening. You got to make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's. You got to make sure that you stay in compliance, and you got to make sure that everything is, on the up and up, square. So that's one of the things that you need to make sure you understand. And another thing about nonprofits, as we just saw with OpenAI, who is a nonprofit, the board can dismiss the executive director or the chairman without. So you got to be careful who's on your board. You got to choose your board carefully. Definitely. So that's another thing that needs to be done. But researching and understanding what you're getting into is the main thing that I think should be done.
Got it. So you're currently operating in the Los Angeles area. What was it about that particular area that made you decide this was where you should be establishing your nonprofit?
Well, I went to Los Angeles in 2013 and have since moved back to Pennsylvania because of the pandemic.
Right.
So I am in Harrisburg right now, but being in Los Angeles was very freeing when it came to tech. There was tech everywhere. Everywhere you went, there was a free tech event. I had never been in a place like that in my life. I got event fatigue because I was going around to everybody's event. I eventually became to be very known. They knew I was going to show up. And one of the things that was missing I was like, where are the Black folks at?
Right.
And I thought it was an opportunity that didn't need to be missed. That's why I started Black Women in Technology. What I did, I would take those events that people were attending and I would put them on our page. And on our meetup page, people would say, oh, okay, they're having a hackathon at this place. I think I'll sign up, because they were not going to go to that other place's site, but they would come to my site. And that's where I could get the hook in and get them in there, and we could go attend these events. And it was nice to go with someone because you had like a sisterhood. You had a friend, somebody you could go with instead of sitting there and having all these men stare back at you like, "What are you doing here?" Which is what happened. But I got to the point. Nobody told me I can't come, so I'm going, and that's all there is to it. And I showed up.
Awesome. So you're up next. You are organizing an event in North Carolina. Are you expecting to do any events in any other states in the country at this time?
We are working on that. We are definitely working on that. I would be starting with where I'm at now in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, but we are also working with Blacks in Technology to create opportunities for meeting and events as well. So between the both of us, we'll be able to pull in a lot of people so that they can seek their careers in tech and succeed.
Gotcha. And then Pete, you are talking about finding partnerships with other organizations. Are there specific types of organizations that you want to partner with? And if so, what are those types of organizations?
Well, I think since we support Black women are not monoliths. We are very, very vast in our beliefs, our understandings, our things that we go through, things that we're looking for. So any partnerships with organizations that look at the Black woman as a whole are, those organizations are important, because there's no reason why Black women in technology can't have a mental health event, or include mental health in a tech event. We'll show you how to code over here, and over here you can get some mental health, because that code's going to drive you crazy.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why an organization should shy away because we say that we're a tech organization. We're a Black woman. We're a woman organization, and we support women.
Amazing. Being a Black woman in technology, have you noticed that you have a different kind of impact on the projects that you work on, or a different kind of impact with the companies that you worked with? And if so, what would you say that impact is, or what's the difference when a Black woman is owning something technical within an organization?
Well, I think the things that I own now for the company that I work for, I think I put my own spin on it. It's not necessarily like it's an urban spin or anything. It's just that I have experience. I have experience as a Black woman working for a company, and I think that's what's the most important thing. I think when you take everything up above the gender, the sex, and take everything above the race, it's only tech. It's only tech. And I think that's what we need to see. We need to see the tech. And that's where we would all start to get along, because we are all speaking geek. We're all speaking nerd, and we understand where we're at in the tech. So you don't see all of that other stuff when you see the tech in itself.
Got it. So we talked about companies that you want to partner with you. Where can those organizations reach out to you? Do you have a process for vetting organizations that you want to partner with? And what does that look like?
Well, they can contact me at lori@blackwomenintech.com. And companies that want to partner, there have been a few. For example, one of our partners has offered us a career platform, and so that's up on our website right now. We also look at what they can offer the membership, and that information goes to the board, and we have a discussion about the benefits and how we can benefit from that relationship.
Awesome. So you have a board for your nonprofit organization, which is a requirement. Tell me a little bit about how you curated that team to make sure you had the right people sitting on your board.
Well, It was interesting. Like I told you about the one young lady, because of the work that she has done in tech, and because of where she came from not doing anything into doing these great things now, her own company and all, showed growth. And we need someone with a growth mind. We need to have people who understand tech from the foundation. That's where our other board members come in, and so that they can speak to how technology works and how it works throughout organizations. So that's what we look for when it comes to someone being on the board.
Got it. And are you openly looking for board members at this time, or what does that look like?
Well, not at this time, but we will, as we continue to grow, we will bring on more board members.
Got it. I see you have a careers tab on your careers page. Are you actively posting opportunities for other companies as well?
Yeah, if you go to that careers tab, it'll take you to the platform, and you can go in there and search for a position.
Awesome. So people who are interested in getting into tech have the ability to go to your website, find opportunities that are currently hiring, and then also get like resume advice, it looks like.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Okay. The other question that I had for you was, what if one of your members had a newer idea about programming that you could offer? What does that process look like? Or if a company wanted to partner with you and create new programming, do you have a process or a flow for how you accept those ideas?
No, there's not really a process or a flow. The easiest thing for them to do is to get in touch with me.
Okay.
And I'm definitely open. I think this is a membership organization, and as such, members are not to be herded like cats. They have ideas and they have dreams and aspirations, and I'm all for it.
Amazing.
Definitely all for it. Same thing for an organization that wants to partner. They can start with me, and we take it from there.
Awesome. So you touched on your future plans a little bit, but in addition to that upcoming event, do you have any additional future plans that you would like to call out at this time?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Not at this time. Still working on our schedule for next year.
Okay.
And getting that in place.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, before I let you go, I would love it if you can kind of run us through where people can get in contact with you. How can members join you? Where can people find you if they just have questions? It would be great if you can shout all that information out.
Okay. Again, my name is Lori Mitchell, and I can be reached at Lori, Lori, at blackwomenintech.com. You can also go to our website, which is blackwomenintech.com. You can also reach out to us through LinkedIn. I'm on Twitter, and I'm also on Facebook. So you can also reach out to me on there. We have a decent following on those social media platforms. You can even go to Instagram to find me. But
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Instagram.
Okay, I understand. Some people like it, some people don't. It takes it's everyone's special cup of tea, I guess you can say. It depends on if they like it or not. Awesome.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Lori. Well, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Really appreciate the time talking to you and learning a little bit more about your nonprofit organization, and really seeing the work that you're doing to help Black women become inspired to kind of take new opportunities and to step into the tech field, and really nurturing and cultivating those relationships with women so that way they can see the impact of technology. I think the work that you're doing is incredible.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, of course. And with that, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Of course. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate, or you can donate to the Cash App $BBXUSA showing on the bottom of the screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can go online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November of 2023. Our sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. And with that, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side. Because they need us. Our communities need us more than we can ever imagine. And I would hate for that to be a barrier for anybody in here not to be.
On May 14, 2022, a combination of 40-plus leaders, community stakeholders, volunteers, mentors, and champions convened for a pilot of a unique and special conference. They call themselves the Cone Coalition of Like-Minded People. Like-minded towards liberation, fairness, and the idea that everyone in Rockingham County should thrive regardless of who they are or where they live. This 4-hour event was held on the campus of Rockingham Community College in Rockingham County, North Carolina, as a part of a design thinking project in partnership with Cone Health, MDC Rule 4. Several leaders convened from Rockingham County's nonprofit NC100. They came together to address some shared challenges and problems together while centering an authentic community voice, thanks in part to the grant funding from Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, engaging in inspiration, imagination, and prototyping to bring this pilot to reality. The Piedmont Triangle Regional Council shared several job opportunities for the crowd to explore and share. Black-owned businesses were prioritized in hiring and supporting the collection of champions. To the food and snacks, to the folks trusting and documenting this event, to the child care provided by Headway Success Group.
Forensics lab. So today is all about healthy mind, healthy body. And so we have the forensics lab set up, and so we'll have our display of our volunteers. So what they'll do, they'll get a chance to label. And of course, we have to have old school operation because it's just fun.
Local facilitators led the county members through an in-depth work session about the importance of mentor and active volunteering.
What's called Intelling. It's a non-profit organization, and it helps.
Rockingham Community Champions of Faith and Public Service grace our community members with shared learnings on this amazing Saturday in Wentworth. Crystal Galloway served as a brilliant and engaging mistress in ceremony. Reesville Parks and Rec Superintendent Quentin Robinson delivered a starring keynote address. And Tangle Moore of the Reesville Area Foundation was honored, along with a side of honorees on our first Portia M. Paris Cone Coalition Champion Award winner, given in honor of her memory and legacy as a tireless advocate and torchbearer for the marginalized or underserved. Help us reach our goal to learn more about building and strengthening the relationships of those who support mentors, volunteers, and young people, especially in the ages of 12 to 22, building the community capacity to support those in need of training, resources, and storytelling, finding ways to create and maintain a healthier Rockingham County and beyond. Want to know more about the Cone Coalition? Contact NC100 via Facebook at NC100 or www.nc-100.org.